person at the center of it. There are two people in the center. During the side, and the lawyer, the other person is Tony Busby, a notorious, famous, flamboyant lawyer in Houston.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. We're just going to hang out for a few minutes and wait for the rest of the participants to show up.
Sounds like a plan. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to rename myself. Hello, Michael Fletcher. Haven't seen you.
Hey, Stacy. You doing all right?
Yes, I am so glad to see the sun outside shining this morning. Of course, we were going to proceed whether it was dreary or not, but it's still nice to have it be not dreary today.
Day of spring.
Yes, it is. Happy spring, everyone. It's the vernal equinox.
A day of hope.
What better thing to do?
Yeah, the D2 will work a lot better when the rain's not washing it off as soon as we put it on.
Yes, we will have a lot of water on site, but at least it won't be falling from the sky. Although rain does help keep the stones drenched while you're cleaning, so there are some benefits, but yeah, you'll be able to see the process much better this way. I was just worried that I was watching the temperatures very, very closely for the past 10 days because they looked like they could possibly dip into freezing tonight, which would have meant calling the whole thing off. And that was very nerve-wracking, but it looks like we're going to stay comfortably above freezing temperatures. So thank you for that. Going to let people in from the waiting room.
Now, Stacy, are you going to be meeting us down there?
Yes, I am. And Beth will be, we're both going to try to get there a little early because of course the afternoon session starts at 12:30 Eastern time. So we're
You're
going
going to have to hurry.
Well, I'm leaving during the morning presentation. Unfortunately, this was the way the logistics kind of had to fall into place for me this morning, because I am in Murfreesboro right now. And I will be picking up a graduate student and driving to Chattanooga before the afternoon session. So fun,
And we're
busy
very
day.
thankful he's doing that.
It's always fun when we have people come to the office from Nashville. A lot of them will forget they're in the central time zone.
I never forget coming to Chattanooga, because I have had to come to Chattanooga so many times before for work, and it's painful because it's not far away enough to come the night before and stay in a hotel, but you have to wake up so early. And I would have done that this morning, but there would have been nowhere for me to actually set up and do this in Chattanooga because of our social distancing practices. So so this is the best way, I think. We'll see. All right, great. It's 8 o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and begin, although I am going to be letting people in from the waiting room. I think we'll still have people joining off and on. So a few things for starting off. I know that we are all way too familiar with Zoom by now, but so this is going to sound really familiar to you. But make sure that when you're not speaking, it might be a good idea to mute yourself, because you never know when your phone's going to go off or your dog will start barking. There are a lot more reactions now than there were before, so you can use the reaction buttons. There's one for raised hand, so if you have a question, you can put the raised hand reaction button. But I have to also say that if I am looking at my PowerPoint slides, I may not be able to see that there is a raised hand. So the best way to do a raised hand, oh yeah, you could just do it like this, like Beth just did. Or you can, if you have a question, you can pop it in the chat box and somebody can help me monitor the chat box. Maybe Beth and Steph, my co-hosts, can do that. And I don't have a problem with being interrupted if there's a question on that particular slide. Some of the things I'm going to be going over very quickly in the morning session, I'll be going over again in the afternoon session for those of you who are able to join us on site. Also, I want to say for those of you who have just joined on, happy spring. It's the vernal equinox, so it's the very first day of spring, which I didn't realize when we were planning this, because we planned it a very long time ago. So I can't think of anything more appropriate for recognizing the first day of spring than scrubbing some tombstones in the sunshine. So I think we're all gonna be doing a good thing today with that. I am trying to make sure that I've got all your names down, checking them against the list, but really everybody's welcome to this, so it doesn't really matter. I just want to make sure I know who all is here. So I don't know, Melissa and Beth, if you guys can help me with that, that would be great. Because when I'm talking, I really have a tendency to forget everything else that's going on. But anyway, welcome to the preservation workshop. My name is Stacy Graham. I am research professor with the MTSU Center for Historic Preservation. So yes, I am in Murfreesboro right now, but I won't be. I'm going to transport through my, I don't know, very, very quickly and safely to Chattanooga at some point and see you there in person for those of you who will be in the afternoon session. I know not all of you will, that is totally fine, but it'll be a great chance for us to talk a bit more about some details. Okay. All right, thanks for that, Andy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off. I have some PowerPoint slides because they help me remember what it was I wanted to talk about and in what order. So I'm going to go through some PowerPoint slides. But like I said, feel free to ask questions and okay, so can everyone see the PowerPoint? There we go. Can you see the PowerPoint slides?
Yes.
Sorry, I know that you're, oh, I can't believe we're still asking these things, but alas. This is the first time that I've done a cemetery workshop virtually, but at least we won't be doing the tombstone scrubbing virtually. But anyway, so yes, this is a series that we do through the Center for Historic Preservation. We try to have 1 or 2 per year. So if you like it and you want to come back and do this at a place somewhere else in Tennessee, just keep in touch, follow the Center for Historic Preservation Facebook page, and you'll see announcements for that. Usually we do one in the spring and one in the fall. And so yeah, this is an image right here from the very first one that we held here in Murfreesboro many years ago. And I love it because these are 2 MTSU graduate students, and they all very coincidentally are dressed in MTSU blue, and so are the buckets. And so I thought that was a very MTSU picture. And Michael, you were at this one, right? Yep, okay. So all of the things that we do at the Center for Historic Preservation, we do with partnering organizations, and we really couldn't do this event without our partners. And so I want to take a moment to tell you who all of those partners are that have invited us to do this with them and are sharing their history and their stories with us. There you can see the logo for the MTSU Center for Historic Preservation. I'll show you towards the end of the PowerPoint what our website looks like really quickly. But yes, so this is where I work. And our main partner is the African American Cemeteries Preservation Fund. And we have a few people representing that organization with us today. Beth Murphy, Donovan Brown, Aisha, and some others. And I'm going to, they are going to be sharing their work later on in the presentation after I'm already on I-24. And I just, this is also, you can find some of their work under like their friends pages on Facebook. And I don't know if there's one for Beck Knob yet, but I do know that there's a really nice Facebook page for Pleasant Garden. And you'll hopefully have some pictures from today to post up on that Facebook page in the coming days. But they're very good about posting things about history of the site. And I'm gonna let Beth tell you more about that a little later. Preservation Chattanooga, Melissa Mortimer is our representative from that organization who's been trying to, we've been trying to schedule this workshop for quite a while, but of course it got canceled due to COVID restrictions last April. And so we're very happy to be able to fulfill this partnership now. The Southeast Tennessee Development District, we actually, one of our, when I say our, I mean the Center for Historic Preservation's PhD student, Stephanie Hare, is now working with the Southeast Tennessee Development District. And so it's really great to have her here in both capacities. The Tennessee Civil War National Heritage Area is a partnership program of the National Park Service administered by the Center for Historic Preservation. And so a lot of the funding that is allowing me and my presence and our cemetery supplies today comes from the Tennessee Civil War National Heritage Area. And it's appropriate for this site because of its connection to the legacy of the African American communities after the Civil War in Chattanooga, which we'll hear more about in a bit. And I do want to give a very big shout out to Michael Schillinger, who has arranged the water supply for today's workshop, which is always the hardest, trickiest part to coordinate. And so having that taken care of by a single individual without having to do any of the coordination myself was a dream come true. So I really can't thank him enough for just volunteering to handle all of that, because water is the most important supply for cemetery cleaning. I do want to talk a little bit about the agenda, what we're going to be going through this morning. Here, of course, is the flyer that you may have seen on social media that separates this workshop into two sessions. This morning session that's on Zoom right now, and then the afternoon session, which we say is from 12:30 to 3:30. You don't have to stay all 3 hours if you don't want to, or if you cannot. So you can stay for an hour, you can stay for 2 hours, you can stay for all 3. Sometimes workshops have packed up already before the actual final timing. So that's more of a suggestion than a mandate. So I'm going to be speaking very quickly about basic cemetery preservation issues, including the cemetery laws, documentation, cleaning, and basic do's and don'ts, which many of you already know because you've already worked with cemeteries. So I apologize if this is kind of redundant for you, but it's good to go over basics for those of us who maybe haven't been as exposed to those yet. And then the next portion where I'm going to have to hit the road is going to be handled by Steph McDougall, who is also a PhD student working in the public history program here at MTSU. And she comes to the program from quite a long and experienced career already in preservation. She's in Texas right now, but she's joining us virtually, and she's worked a lot with cemeteries and consulting on different cemetery reports. And so her experience and trove of knowledge is greater than my own. And she's been working on researching the history of Pleasant Garden in particular, and she's going to be sharing that with us right after I'm done talking this morning. And then we're going to talk about the community leadership and involvement, and that's going to be handled by Ms. Beth Murphy and Mr. Donovan Brown. And again, like I said, we at the center are invited by people in communities to come in and help them share their stories. And it's just a privilege for us to be able to be invited to work with you all. And so thank you. And then of course, we'll have an hour and a half, which you can use however you want. I will be driving, you can be eating lunch. And then we'll be meeting at 12:30 Eastern in Pleasant Garden. There is a little access road that you can park alongside. Just try not to block anybody. It's going to be a bit of a tight fit, but we'll make it happen. All right, without further ado, this of course is where we're going to be this afternoon. For those of you who haven't been there yet, this is just 4 quick snapshots of Pleasant Garden, a beautiful site that I was lucky enough to be able to visit in March of last year before quarantine hit. It was my last field site visit and before that happened. And you can see it's on the top of a hill, as many cemeteries are. You can see the pathways allowing access to different parts. You can see a lot of different styles of tombstones that are very interesting. The one at the top left is Otis Hot Sauce Washington, which is just fantastic because it also has bottles of hot sauce on it. And I love it because not only is it a really nice, just pretty tombstone, that's a good example of a nice professionally done tombstone, but it also has the hot sauce bottles, which give it a vernacular flair and show that, you know, sometimes placing things on graves is part of the folk culture at cemeteries. And but that's very also personalized, and I really like to see that. But down on the bottom right, you can see the shoemaker grave. There are many different tombstones that I saw that have this style to it, with the kind of metal cross or the indentation left from a metal cross, and a kind of a carved out heart where the inscription of the name and the dates are, and epitaph at the bottom. And these are something that I haven't seen before in others. I've seen similar types of, you know, vernacular tombstones in other cemeteries, but of this particular style, it's so distinct, and it is very it's actually, there's so many of them in the cemetery that there would have been one artist at work doing all of these. And I love to see this kind of thing. It helps makes this cemetery unique, and it helps show kind of the kind of artistry involved in this community. And so when you are at the cemetery today, make sure that you find one of these because they're really neat. And then you can see a lot of other different characteristics, such as some walls around family plots. You can see that in the bottom on the left-hand side, kind of a bricked off plot right here. Because of the uneven nature of the ground, there are a lot of stones that are tilting. And that is a problem common to so many cemeteries, which I know that since we are all cemetery people here, you have all seen before. But there's a really good mixture of different types of tombstones, from kind of larger, grander, more professionally done ones to smaller, more modest, more vernacular style. And that kind of variation is very common to historic African-American cemeteries in Tennessee. And it's part of what makes them, it's part of what shows the history of the site. And I'm gonna show you another, what I think is a very comparable cemetery. Oh, wait, first I forgot, I have this one Instagram photo, which I think is very, very striking, from Pleasant Garden. Again, because of the uneven nature of the ground, there are a lot of sunken graves, which look very dramatic. And they show you how close together these graves were placed, which tells you a lot about how many people are buried here. And also, we're going to talk a little bit about safety when we get there, because you're just going to have to be extra careful of where you step. We do not want to cause anybody any injury, but also these depressions are sometimes the only thing left that marks a grave. So it's very important that we do not damage the depressions themselves and do not damage ourselves when we're looking at them. So here's a comparable cemetery, I think. This is where we did a workshop last October. It's in Clarksville. It's called Mount Olive. And this cemetery is about from the same kind of date range in history as Pleasant Garden and Beck Knob. And again, you can see it's kind of on the crest of a hill in the interior of a city block in Clarksville. And people did not know that it was there because of all the trees and vegetation, but a very energetic group kind of took it upon themselves to take care of it, and just cutting out all of the brush took the most amount of effort. And it's got a wide variety of tombstones. The picture on the bottom right has this wonderful little grave bed all marked out with bricks, and that is one of the USCT tombstones, the United States Color Troops. And so there are also USCT graves at Pleasant Garden that Steph will mention later. But you know, uneven ground, a lot of unmarked graves, and it really kind of tells the history of a lot of the prominent African-American families and business people in Clarksville during Reconstruction and Jim Crow. And this cemetery was just placed on the National Register of Historic Places. And so that happened after the workshop. They were in the process of doing it during the workshop. And so we're very proud of them. And it could be a really good example to follow for Pleasant Garden. So here's another example of an African-American cemetery where we did a preservation workshop, and this was quite a while ago. This is in Columbia. I think it was 2015. This is Rosemont Cemetery in Columbia. But unlike Mount Olive and Pleasant Garden and Beck Knob, Rosemont is right next to a white cemetery called Rose Hill. And you can see the contrast in the types of stones and the types of care. And then if you look further, the types of budgets available for taking care of these cemeteries. And it really makes a very stark contrast. and brings up a lot of issues about why it's such a challenge, why there are so few resources for African-American cemeteries. It's been that way, of course, for decades. But also different kind of styles and marking graves and different attitudes towards that also account for some of the differences. Michael, do you have your hand up? You have to unmute yourself, Michael. Michael was here with me.
Yeah, I have a little update on Rosemont. I've been working with Joanne McClellan on another cemetery project.
Great.
The city has basically given the Rosemont. If you look on the property map, the tax map for the county, apparently Rose Hill owns Rosemont.
Yeah.
According to that. And so Joanne has been having a devil of a time now trying to get that all straightened out. So she's taken, I transcribed the original deed for that cemetery, and she's taken it. And the property tax assessor is just like, well, nobody's paying taxes on it anyway. What does it matter? And Joanne is like, oh, it matters very much.
These places matter. And the fact that they say it doesn't matter is part of the problem.
Yep.
Okay, well, thanks for that. Yes, Michael worked on this project with me a long time ago, and this is a project that produced a report that is available through the center's website if anyone wants to look at it. Yes, Beth.
And Stacy, before we move on, Mike Schillinger had a question just about etiquette when stepping around the grave. It's in the chat. He asked, is there a protocol, or do we just be careful to not step on top of somebody?
I am not superstitious when it comes to walking around cemeteries. I know everyone has their different levels of comfort and their different ways that they respect graves. When it comes to a sunken grave, I just try to be careful and step around it. When it comes to a regular grave that's got a flat ground around it, I don't have a problem with stepping on a grave. I know some of you might not think that that's okay, and I apologize. But basically, just try to leave whatever the grave looks like in the same fashion when you leave, unless of course your job is to restore it actually. And one of the things I'm going to say later on is don't fill in a grave depression, because like I said, that sometimes that's the only way that we know that there is a person buried there. So it in itself is a type of marker. Yes, Beth.
And just to tag off what you're saying, because it was a cemetery that was created in 1890. So there are lots of graves that no longer have headstones that might have. So you don't always know exactly. So just the main thing is just being careful when you're walking, and especially not to trip, avoid the dips.
Yeah, well, and the safest thing to do is obviously to stick to the paved roads, or the marked paths, I should say. I am going to select for the cleaning demonstration a tombstone that's in a more stable part of the cemetery up front. So that's another consideration when you're picking things out, is don't pick a tombstone that's near anything that you might fall into. And we'll talk about that more on site. So yes, this is, again, going back to the Columbia example, the most, it really kind of points out why, how it is that African-American cemeteries fall into neglect, questions of ownership, questions of whether the city is going to decide to take care of it or not. And of course, this one is separated literally by a fence. And so you really can't get more symbolic than that. But these are people from who manage both of the two cemeteries meeting together and actually having a conversation about it. And so we hope that out of these conversations, although apparently it seems like it's still ongoing, they can continue to tell the story of Columbia, but you can't just tell it with one cemetery and not the other. Okay, very brief thing about laws. Now I do have I'm bringing a stack of printouts about some Tennessee laws with me on site if anybody wants a copy of that. We also have links to them from our website. But most people want to know if they have access. And so if you have a direct ancestor buried in a cemetery, you should legally be allowed access. If it's on private property, you obviously should ask permission to access, but they're obligated to give it to you. Some people might not. It just depends on where you are and who they are. But there should be some sort of easement, and it might be hard, and you might have to tromp through the fields, as I have done many times in the past. But it should be allowed. It should be allowed. Any kind of development has to account for at least 10 feet around the perimeter of graves. Now, this is a problem with a lot of older cemeteries with unmarked graves because they're not sure where the graves end. I just saw this last fall in, they're building a brand new neighborhood down near like Spring Hill, and they've already cut off like the side of a hill. And I'm not sure that they gave 10 feet, but then they didn't know. And so this is where you would hope that they would get in a professional surveyor or archaeologist to determine what the actual perimeter is. But not a lot of people who aren't in the business are going to go probing around and going to recognize where the unmarked graves are. But just know that that's a thing that maybe you should be gone slowly on. And here's the real sticking thing. It cannot be moved unless it's considered abandoned. And abandoned is the actual word that's used in the law code. It's Title 46. But the problem is abandoned is often left to the, it's left up to the judgment of the judge. And sometimes judges don't know a lot about cemeteries, or they might side with a developer over a family in this case. Now, it's supposed to, just going and taking pictures of a cemetery, some people have said that that's enough. If you say like, well, look, I was here last year, I took all these pictures, I copied down all of the names and stuff, that means that it's not abandoned. But there's also a little clause in there saying it shouldn't look abandoned. It shouldn't have the appearance of being abandoned. I'm like, well, that's something that's really in the eye of the beholder, because you don't have to have like half an inch long grass in order for it to look maintained. Sometimes letting the grass grow up is actually better for the tombstones, and different attitudes towards what a cemetery should look like might play into this. So I feel like this is a part of the law that's very unfair, particularly to African-American cemeteries that generally have a different kind of appearance than a lot of your municipal, cemeteries that have a lot of, white families in them. And so determining what looks abandoned, I feel like there's way too much wiggle room there. And of course, with the development, we are lucky to live in a state that is economically expanding, but it means that all this suburbanization is running into these little cemeteries. And then of course, within larger urban areas, again, there's expansion in there as well. So at least Pleasant Garden and Beck Knob are lucky enough to be marked off already and recognized. But you want to maintain that and make sure that it's always clear, so that you're not under any kind of pressures, and make sure that the ends, the borders of the cemetery are very clearly marked. That should be done in deeds, but sometimes deeds are not entirely accurate. Documentation. This is something to do completely different from cleaning. This is something that should be done first when you come across a cemetery. Of course, get permissions. You have to determine ownership. So this is a little bit of deeds research, determining who owns the land or the land surrounding it, where the exact location is. Sometimes you can look at old maps. Sometimes the USGS topo maps online are really good indicators of cemeteries. Old county driving maps also I found, some of them are very good at that. Sometimes Google Maps will really surprise you and it'll like have old places and place names on there and you're like, where did it get that from? Sometimes it draws those from old maps. So just look at all the different places you can think of to try to locate cemeteries. And then, of course, 10gen Web is still a very good resource. Genealogists will already know that one, of course. Find a Grave, in the past 10 years, Find a Grave has gone from, oh, where was Marilyn Monroe buried, to, oh my God, everything is on there ever. And I knew this, but it really hit home for me a few months ago when I saw my dad on it. And nothing hits you more than that. And so and you all can upload to Find a Grave. And I don't know if you've been doing that for Pleasant Garden and Beck Knob, but keep on adding. The more updated information in there, the better, because that's becoming a research tool as a part, not just a entertainment. Of course, I find it entertaining. Beth.
I'll just share with you. Yes, we actually have some volunteers that have been uploading to Find the Grave. The sad thing or the difficult thing with Find the Grave, if there's an error in the information, it's almost impossible to have it removed or corrected. You have to reach out to the person who actually put that in. And sometimes like the email address is, something from maybe 5 or 10 years ago. But with Pleasant Garden, what we're working on right now, and Steph may speak a little bit more about this, taking pictures of the headstones, also researching obituaries, and then mapping. So we're hoping to create basically what will be an app for when you go into the cemetery, or if you're looking for a specific headstone, you can either drop a pin where you are, and it will give you information about, what we have, who's buried there, that kind of thing. So, and this is a long range project. This is long range,
Great.
but it is something that, yeah. And so we hope to also have that available on the, we have a website, the African American Cemeteries Preservation Fund website. So have that it's accessible there. And then also create something like an app for that. So we got big plans.
That's fantastic. And it is amazing, the technology that can do that these days, just available to people who aren't really used to working with technology like myself. So that's really great to hear. And it is unfortunate that Find a Grave, at least with things like Wikipedia, they have like an ultimate editorial board that's supposed to check through all that stuff, but Find a Grave does not, alas. And sometimes, it was weird for me to see somebody I don't even know writing information about my father. And so I was like, on Find a Grave, I'm like, okay, sure. So yeah, I wouldn't take it as gospel truth, but it is a good place to maybe begin. Steph, you have a hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to make one note about Find a Grave. If you put information in, that's great. You cannot get it out. And I know I've run into a lot of people who've been documenting cemeteries by uploading information into Find a Grave, and that then have realized after entering hundreds of grave markers or photographs or information that there's no way for them to then download or export it for any other use. So when you put it in there, it belongs to Find a Grave. So don't make that the only way that you're recording information.
Good to know. I have not uploaded any information to Find a Grave myself, although I have gotten a lot of information from there. So thank you for giving us that perspective on the other end. Your documentation should be handled internally first, and then you can share that information on whatever platform that you choose. But yes, it should be something that belongs to you. Oh, and also photograph with time and date stamp, because as you know, the appearance of tombstones will change a lot over the years, as well as the cemetery as a whole. Take a lot of wide shots, as well as just, individual tombstone shots. Take a lot of different kinds of shots, because you'll be surprised later on when you're looking for pictures from a certain cemetery. You're like, oh, I wish I had taken one going in this direction, because I do that all the time. But also it shows change over time, which would be really helpful for trying to get restoration or for showing the effects of a restoration project, which can help build more momentum for more projects. So yeah, don't think that a tombstone is going to look like that 5 years from now. Definitely document it. Cleaning, and this, of course, we're going to do more of this afternoon. But first, and this has already happened, removing debris and overgrowth, that has to happen first. And that's like one of the #1 problems constantly, because we're lucky enough to live in a green state where stuff grows, but unfortunately, that's sometimes the enemy of a cemetery. We're gonna only clean stable tombstones. If it moves when you try to wiggle it, just don't. It's not worth your personal injury. Use approved cleaning solution. I'm going to be bringing that with me. Some of you already used stuff before. There are a few different kinds that I've heard people use that are really good. We use D2. It's a very specific biological solution meant to get at a lot of the vegetative growth, particularly like black mold and other kinds of mold that grow inside the tombstone. It's be very careful when you order something like that off of Amazon, because sometimes Amazon likes to package that with other materials that are not so great for cleaning tombstones. There are websites where you can just get a gallon of D2 by itself. A gallon's about $40. But a little goes a long way. I'm still working through my original supply, and I'm finally going to come to the end of it, but I'm bringing 3 gallons with me this afternoon. It's gonna be more than enough.
And I'll also have a few gallons that I'm bringing too.
Oh my goodness, we are gonna be like rich in D2. That's great, because you want to use a lot of it on the tombstones. Be generous with it, and now we can be extra generous and clean extra lots of tombstones. Another one that I know people who've used is Orvis soap. It's a very gentle kind of detergent-based soap for cleaning. Other people use Wet It and Forget It, where you just spray on and walk away. So those are 2 things that I personally haven't used in any of our workshops, but that people I have worked with have recommended. But basically we use D2, and that seems to be what most people who do this kind of thing use as well. Mike, you have to unmute yourself again. Michael.
Yeah, there we go. One of the things that I've heard about Wet It and Forget It, though, is that there hasn't been a lot of long-term testing done on it, and they're still not exactly sure. Most people don't have a problem with it. Most people say it works okay, not quite as good as D2, but that Wet It and Forget It just hasn't had the long-term study done on it as to what effects it will have on the stone later on.
Okay, that's something.
That and the Wet and Forget It has blue added to it, so it's like Windex, and that's never a good thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Despite what you've heard, Windex does not fix everything. Well, the main reason for those of you who aren't familiar with why you have to use a certain kind of cleaning solution is because it's pH balanced to the tombstone. And there are so many different little chemicals and products that could go into a cleaning solution that can adversely affect that tombstone. And you may not see it immediately, but it may be over time that can lead to its deterioration. And even if it's just a tiny bit of deterioration that you might not even notice with the naked eye, it's something that can, in the long run, contribute to the destabilization of that tombstone.
Bleach has done an awful job on some of the older, softer stones. It's actually made them delaminate.
Yes, bleach. Bleach is not good for anything except bathtubs. All right. It's just when people recommend bleach to you, just say no. A lot of people like to use bleach on marble tombstones because they look so white and gleaming, but it's gonna lead to sugaring and deterioration and delamination and just kind of stratification of the stone, depending on what kind of stone it is. And it's just it's gonna do way more harm than good. Just for that one pretty photo you took, it's not worth it. So nothing harsh, no power washing, no sandblasting, Don't use any materials harder than extremely soft plastic. And I don't even like to use plastic. I like to use natural bristle brushes. And I've seen a lot of TikTok videos where a woman uses a soft kind of plastic scraper and scrapes all the stuff off first and then does the D2. If it's a soft plastic scraper, and if it's a pretty sturdy tombstone, I'm not gonna put a red flag up on that. And very soft plastic materials are something that's also on the cemetery conservators website as something that they use. I tend to go very conservative on this and say natural bristle brushes and lots of elbow grease. So that's kind of what I do. Or just water. Sometimes you'll be surprised how much you can get done by just taking like a bamboo skewer, scraping off the lichen, and then using a natural bristle brush and using water only. You can get a lot of stuff off. It won't get the black mold off. That's what the D2 is for, but it can make a difference. So you can still do stuff with just water. And the supplies, of course, which I will show you. We have pump sprayers, we have buckets. We're gonna have gloves and goggles for safety. But basically the D2 and the natural bristle brushes are the two most things that you have to be the most picky about. And I'm a picky person. It's old, but it's still the most basic handbook out there. It was based on stuff up in New England, but the kinds of stones and the kinds of climate are not going to be exactly the same as what we have here in Tennessee, but it's still a good one. Excuse me, this is the image of the second edition cover, and I'm going to bring my copy with me on site this afternoon if you want to see it. Restoration, basically identify and make a good inventory on paper, and then do kind of like medium range versus long range. What are your priority lists? So it's good to be organized about it. There are a lot of DIY videos from the National Center for Preservation Technology and Training, but they require a lot of very specialized, very specific equipment, which most of us don't have. I don't have a tripod with a nylon strap at my house. I just don't. So some things you might be able to do DIY, some of those of you who have access to know-how and equipment, but I would say leave a lot of that to the professionals. Safety first, of course, another reason to leave most stuff to the professionals. These things are heavier than they look, and they're also more delicate than they look. Yes, document everything. Even if you have a professional on site, document it. If something were to happen, you need to know when and where. What not to do. Don't use harsh materials. We've already said that. Mowers and weed eaters, this is a problem because I hate telling people don't mow close to the tombstones when they barely have a budget to hold the grass back and all they have is a volunteer who just mows on his riding mower. And it's like, I hate to tell people, no, get down on your hands and knees and use your own shear. I'm not, obviously nobody has the time or the effort for that or the volunteer work. But I just remember, hear my voice in your head, mowers and weed eaters cause some of the most damage to tombstones that there is. Do not fill in the grave depressions. Now, I have seen a case in Alexandria, which is a little town in DeKalb County, where it was an African-American cemetery right next to a white cemetery from the same time period of, Reconstruction, Jim Crow. And in the African-American cemetery, there were a lot of grave depressions and they were filled in, but with mulch. And when I asked why he filled it in, he said, well, because the standing water would attract a lot of mosquitoes and people could not even bear to be in there because of the mosquitoes. And I couldn't, it was one person who pretty much took it upon himself to take care of both of these cemeteries. And, I'm not going to tell them, I'm not some authority on high telling people to stop doing good work. But the fact that he used mulch instead, I thought was a nice way around that because it still marked the grave. So it solved his problem, but it still kept the, at least the integrity that there was a grave there of this size, dimension, and shape. So that's an idea. Sometimes fences, plantings, and other contributing structures were put there for a reason as part of the cemetery's history. sometimes this becomes a real issue, like with yucca plants or boxwood bushes. They can get really huge and take over. Or like a cedar tree that may have been planted on purpose as part of a grave might grow really huge and 100 years later drop a lot of branches that'll then break up tombstones. So maintaining these original things might become a problem, but sometimes there were plant, because, you know, the Victorians had so many different traditions around mourning and death and dying. And so like they would put vinca as a ground cover to mark out a lot of cemeteries. And sometimes that can get a little invasive and spread, and people are really tempted to just rip this stuff out. But stop and think and do a little bit of research. Was it put there on purpose as a part of the actual cemetery itself? In that case, it's a contributing structure, and you'll want to note that in the National Register nomination. I came across this yesterday and I just had to share because I'm a big Lord of the Rings fan. And so all of the Boromir memes are very amusing to me. So one does not simply use bleach and harmful chemicals on an old soft tombstone. Thank you, Boromir. Okay, these are just kind of showing some of the damage that can be done by particularly mowers, weed eaters, but also people scrubbing with unapproved brushes. You can see a lot of the surfaces starting to deteriorate. Here you have a metal repair that the metal is going to work against the stone. Here you have, don't use Portland cement. Never use Portland cement on a tombstone, ever, ever, ever. Don't use a wire brush. To try to read the actual inscriptions, sometimes people will put shaving cream or flour or chalk. Don't do it. I'll show you a couple tricks when we're at the cemetery later so you can read the inscriptions better. But don't do it. Those things all have things inside them that can contribute to the deterioration of the stone.
Well,
So
y'all probably have access to that. It doesn't require any special cameras, but it's a program. You take multiple angle pictures and it does like a 3D scan.
I have heard about this. I have not had the chance to do that yet, Andy, but that is really cool. So technology can actually really help in reading these old tombstones. So even if you maybe can't see it on site, you might be able to run it through a program and get something read. So there are ways around these things that people have always said or always done. You know, it's hard to tell people to stop doing something that they've always done. And I don't want to come in and tell people that they've been doing something wrong, especially if it means that they have been damaging tombstones that they've been trying to preserve. But that's why I have these workshops. Okay, next steps really quickly. These are general suggestions, not specific to Pleasant Garden. I'm not necessarily sure you have to erect a fence around Pleasant Garden. That would be one ginormous fence. So forget about it. This is more for like when you have a family cemetery in the middle of a field and you know it's going to be developed around it. It's good to mark those off with fences. Maintenance is the number one thing. It's the hardest thing. It's the thing that requires constant work. But y'all already have a really good volunteer group that's already done amazing work on this. So commemoration and community events, bring back decoration days, memorial days. Cemeteries, especially in cities like Chattanooga, they're green space in the midst of rampant development. And so sometimes they're like parks, but for reverent funerary purposes, but that doesn't mean that you can't use them to bring a community together and to recreate yourselves in a, you know, on a sacred land, but at the same time, it's green space. So it's very valuable in that aspect as well. Interpretation. So we were working with a little Catholic cemetery in a little town called McEwen in the western part of Middle Tennessee on walking tours for their cemetery. And so that might be a good idea. You all have done a lot of research into the history of Pleasant Garden and Beck Knob. Walking tours to point out some of the notable graves might be a good idea for tying into community events. And of course, less is more, as always. Okay, I'm going to show you really quickly what our website looks like in a second. I've got that up and I'll switch to that in a second, but there's also some professional help. Of course, we do research and reports at the Center for Historic Preservation. I've got a couple examples of reports that we've done that I'm going to bring if you want to check it out on site. I can also send you links if you want to email me later to these things that are on our database that we've done in terms of cemetery reports. There was one that we did in Knoxville on the Westview African American Historic Cemeteries block in Knoxville. That might be interesting. Graham Perry is going to be on site with us this afternoon. He's not here this morning because he's driving right now from Nashville. He documents all the cemeteries in the state of Tennessee, and they're developing a program to offer more resources to help out. So he's with the Tennessee Historical Commission. So you're going to want to talk to him this afternoon. Dan Allen is a person that graduated from the public history program here at MTSU, and he's been working on cemetery restoration for years and years and years. Because he's often the only person doing it, he's got a real backlog, so he's kind of tricky to get a hold of, but his work is really good. The Cemetery Conservators for United Standards, they have information about more professionals in the state and in each individual state, and their website has a lot of good resources on it. And then a person that I know named Mike Alexander, who operates in Tennessee, you can find his name on the Cemetery Conservators for United Standards website. Jeff Milstead is going to be with us this afternoon with one of his interns. He works with Grave Undertakings, Monument Restoration and Cleaning. He particularly focuses on veterans' tombstones, of which you're going to have a lot in places like Pleasant Garden and Beck Knob. So I believe he has a Facebook page where you can get in contact with him. And I am going to stop sharing that, and I'm going to share the website real fast. So you can see, if you don't know how to get to the Center for Historic Preservation website, it's just mtsuhistpres.org, or you can just Google MTSU Center for Historic Preservation, and that's how you'll get there. Or email me and I'll be happy to send you links. So under resources, we have a tab for cemetery resources. And I'm starting to, this is a work in progress. So this isn't the way it's going to look, 5 months from now. But you can always get my email here. I've started putting together some of the stuff. Here you can see our announcement for our workshop today. So any future workshop announcements are also going to be put here. I have a short intro guide to cemetery cleaning. And it's got do's and don'ts and also supplies. And I'm going to bring copies of that PDF with me so you can grab a copy this afternoon. Resources for cemeteries. I've started putting together a playlist on our YouTube channel with different kind of cemetery stuff on it. So here's me talking about cemetery laws. Here's me talking about cleaning supplies. Here's Mike Bradley at that Catholic cemetery in McEwen talking about what he's been doing there. Here's a basic tombstone cleaning demonstration. So if you can't be there with us this afternoon, you can watch this video from me doing it in Clarksville last October. And then a couple things from the National Center for Preservation Technology and Training. And I'm going to add to this playlist as well. Here's a blog that I wrote just about how a little place in Smyrna brought together a community and restored a cemetery of a Revolutionary War soldier. And then this is a really good informative place from TDEC, Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation. So the state archaeologist, Ben Nance, is in charge of this page. And of course, he has a lot of experience working with cemeteries. So questions like, does the cemetery exist on my property? What are the laws surrounding the relocation of a cemetery, et cetera? And then all these helpful resources links are there from this link. So I am going to stop sharing now, and I am going to turn it over to Steph McDougall, who has done a lot of research on Pleasant Garden and also is going to talk to us about Beck Knob. And so at some point during her presentation, I'm going to head out of here. But anyway, I'm going to, without further ado, mute myself and let Steph talk. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, everybody. I am going to share my screen with you. I do have a PowerPoint just with some pictures on it. I prefer to not read slides to anybody, so you won't have to worry about it being deadly from that perspective. I do have about 15 minutes of remarks on Beck Knob and then another 15 minutes on Pleasant Garden Cemetery. So I'm going to try to get through those relatively quickly. And then we can move on so you can hear from Beth Murphy and Donovan Brown about their community involvement and activism around the cemetery. So like Dr. Graham said, I'm a PhD student at Middle Tennessee State in the public history program. And a year ago, I was scheduled to visit Chattanooga and do some in-person research, as well as visit Pleasant Garden Cemetery, which is the current focus of my graduate assistantship. And then, of course, COVID happened, the trip was canceled, and I have not been able to get to the cemetery in person, but I'm really pleased to join you virtually today to talk about the history of these two African-American cemeteries in Chattanooga. I do want to make a note also that my research on Pleasant Garden Cemetery has been somewhat limited by the pandemic, as you can imagine, to things that I can do remotely. So consider this a work in progress, not a completed project. And the information that I'm going to share with you about Beck Knob Cemetery was developed largely by my colleague Savannah Grandy-Kaniz for a National Register nomination. And I'll be working with Dr. Carol Van West at the Center of Historic Preservation to develop a National Register nomination for Pleasant Garden Cemetery. All right, so let's start by setting the stage. Before the Civil War, Chattanooga had a population of about 2,000 people, and during the war, that number swelled dramatically, certainly because the city was occupied by the Union Army, but also in no small part due to the arrival of thousands of African Americans, then called contrabands, who were fleeing their former enslavers. And by the time the Union had defeated the Confederacy, more than 2,600 African Americans were living in the city proper, and an additional 3,500 freed people were living in the so-called contraband camp on the north side of the river. Members of the Union Army's U.S. colored troops also settled in Chattanooga, where jobs were readily available in mining and industry, and the Hill City community in Chattanooga and North Chattanooga grew up around the contraband camp's location, connected to the rest of Chattanooga by this wooden bridge constructed by the Union Army, which would be destroyed in the devastating flood of 1867. Chattanooga, shown here in a bird's eye view map from 1885, experienced reconstruction following the Civil War as a brief period of self-actualization for African American people. After being granted the right to vote in 1868, when so-called radical Republicans swept the state legislature, African American men voted, held political office, and became actively involved in the civic life of the community. But almost immediately, just 2 years later in 1870, state and local officials began to enact laws and rules designed to limit Black people's rights and freedoms. These so-called Black codes additionally intended to keep Black people separate from white people in the public sphere, continued to be adopted and enforced well into the 20th century. Now, none of these laws specifically segregated cemeteries in Tennessee, but Chattanooga's City Cemetery, established well before the Civil War and now known as the Citizens Cemetery, relegated the burials of African Americans to a so-called pauper's field, set off from the rest of the cemetery by a fence. A 1911 account notes that poor white people were buried in that section as well, a clear signal to even the most successful Black person of their lower social status. In addition, by 1879, the Chattanooga Daily Times newspaper wrote that the city cemetery was so full of graves, it was almost impossible to bury anyone else there. So under these circumstances, It's unsurprising that African Americans would want their own cemeteries, and the first of these to be established in Chattanooga was Back Knob. Hill City developed on the north side of the river, as I said, in the general location of the former contraband camp. And a wealthy white man named Joshua Beck also lived in Hill City, and he donated the land for Back Knob Cemetery. It's not clear when exactly the first burials took place there. Historical references to the 1867 flood mention unearthed graves in the former area of the contraband camp, but we just don't know how many people might have been buried in that area in the years during and following the war, or even whether a graveyard established during that period might have been in the same location as Back Knob Cemetery. In any case, the first documented burial at Back Knob took place in 1884. So Joshua Beck died in 1886, and 2 years later, in 1888, his sons officially deeded the burial ground to a Black church congregation, Jackson Chapel, now known as Hearst United Methodist Episcopal Church. Beck apparently had originally intended that the congregation might build a church there as well, but in 1886, they had already begun to construct a church building a mile away on Dallas Road. The first officers of the church included Tom Hammond, Washington Scruggs, Squire Walden, and Germany Say, and Walden and Say were two of the three men listed as trustees in the 1888 deed to Back Knob Cemetery, and Tom Hammond is the first documented burial there. Now, historical and archival research indicates that as many as 188 people may have been buried at Back Knob Cemetery between 1884 and 1952, although only 42 grave markers remain at the 1 acre parcel. In the county's death records, the cemetery was variously listed as Beck, Beck's Cemetery, and Back Knob Cemetery. And some African-American burials are also listed as just taking place in Hill City, and that could also refer to this graveyard. Collectively, the individuals buried here represent major eras and trends of broader African-American history, as well as Chattanooga history. The early significance of the property is substantiated by the 38 documented burials at Back Knob of African Americans who were born before the Civil War. In addition, the cemetery's location in the nearby vicinity of the contraband camp geographically links Back Knob to an area where many formerly enslaved people first lived after emancipation. Taken together, individual family histories, community memory, local and state records, and geographical location indicate that Back Knob Cemetery holds a locally significant place in the history of slavery and the city's Civil War and emancipation history. Most of the people interred at Back Knob were working class and contributed to Chattanooga's growing industrial economy and to the smooth running of its households during the Jim Crow era. Perhaps the most notable male resident of Back Knob is a pharmacist, Dr. Chester Lee Sharp. He was born in Dayton, Tennessee in the early 1800s, grew up in Hamilton County, graduated from medical school in 1908, and returned to Chattanooga with his wife, a nurse, to live in Hill City. Dr. Sharp worked at several local pharmacies and was also a partner in the Sharp and Wright Pharmacy before his death in 1942. Grave markers at Back Knob Cemetery, based on photos on the website findagrave.com, include stone markers as well as hand-fabricated concrete markers, like Dr. Graham was discussing in her talk. In particular, we see a very specific style of grave marker for several members of the Roberts family who died between 1900 and 1920. And you can see it here, third from the left, for Mary Roberts. This would have been cast in a form with a slightly inset smooth panel into which letters from a concrete stamp set were pressed. A different set of letter stamps was used to mark the name of Ida M.B. Adkins, who died at birth in 1917, but her death date and the words "our little daughter" were inscribed by hand. Handmade or hand fabricated concrete grave markers like these are very common in African American cemeteries, and they're still being made by craftspeople today. Most graves in the cemetery appear to be oriented east-west, as is traditional in a Christian cemetery, based on the belief that when Christ returns, those believers buried with their feet to the east will rise facing him. Descendants of the families buried at Beck Knob, including the late Mrs. Jeanette Mosley, have been and continue to be involved in the documentation and upkeep of this cemetery. In addition, prior to the African American Cemetery Preservation Fund's involvement, volunteers from Hearst United Methodist Episcopal Church, the Northside Garden Club, Chattanooga's Afro-American Heritage Council, and others have helped to maintain the cemetery during the last 50 years. Traditional cemetery plants can be found at Beck Knob Cemetery, including Vinca minor, as Stacy mentioned, a low-growing ground cover, and yucca plants shown here. In some cases, African Americans in the South used yucca, irises, or lilies as grave markers, and the use of these plants in a Black cemetery may be tied to a traditional Central and West African belief that spiky plants would restrict the movements of the spirits of the dead. Overall, Beck Knob Cemetery retains a high degree of what we call integrity. The National Register defines integrity as the ability of a historic resource, in this case, the site as a whole, to convey its significance. The National Register evaluates integrity on the basis of 7 different factors: location, design, materials, workmanship, feeling, association, and setting. At Beck Knob, setting is the aspect of integrity that's been most compromised due to the development of residential property around what had been a more rural site. But those changes are not enough to offset the integrity of the location, its topography, spatial organization, and the presence of handmade markers, which help to tell the story of the African American community in North Chattanooga. So although Beck Knob Cemetery was the first African American burial ground in Chattanooga, it did not remain the only one for long. In 1890, just a couple of years later, a group of Black Chattanoogans chartered a new cemetery for African Americans, this one located east of the city on the other side of Missionary Ridge, and called it Pleasant Garden Cemetery. The cemetery originally occupied 12 acres of relatively flat wooded ground, with a later expansion to its current size of 22 acres. For about 2 decades, a road over the ridge was the only means of accessing the cemetery. And that road was later described as in news accounts as having, quote, narrow winding curves that have made the trip over the ridge dangerous for many years. Eventually, the first McCallie Tunnel under the ridge was constructed and opened in 1913. Now, the establishment of Pleasant Garden Cemetery took place in an environment of Black achievement in the face of oppression by whites. Following the Civil War, quote, downtown Chattanooga evolved into a prominent center of African American social, cultural, and economic production, including dozens of mutual aid and benevolent societies and an entertainment district along East 9th that rivaled Memphis's Beale Street. And you guys all know that. The city's population was more than 40% African American. And this was interesting. Reports in the Christian Recorder, an African American newspaper, said that, quote, the colored labor in the city's mills and factories is quite extensive and speaks for itself in every department, from the clerk's office to the common laborer. And one especial beauty is this: these laborers, many of them own their own homes. By 1882, more than half of the Chattanooga police force was African American, and the city was home to many Black professionals, including doctors, lawyers, merchants, barbers, and mechanics. The Penny Savings Bank, organized with $50,000 of capital in 1890, was the first bank exclusively for Black people. Education was also priority with, quote, over 1,500 colored children attending the city public schools. And Jim Crow laws were enacted largely in response to these successes. So this obelisk at Pleasant Gardens Cemetery lists the Cemetery Association's original board of directors. The founder of the cemetery was a man named Richard L. Clegg, a postal carrier who lived in Orchard Knob on the city's east side. He was active in civic affairs, served as an officer of the Penny Savings Bank, a judge of elections for the 10th District in 1890, and as the secretary of the Lookout Valley Agricultural, Mechanical, and Horticultural Association in 1891. He was also a delegate to the Republican Congressional Convention in 1892, before his death in Chattanooga in 1897. So I was not able to find information about all of the people named on this monument, but here is what I can tell you about them. John H. Scott was a furniture maker with his own store on East 9th Street, where he sold organs, pianos, and coffins. Scott put his entire store up for sale in 1893, as well as his shares in the Cemetery Association and the Penny Savings Bank, saying that he wished to go, quote, where law is respected and carried out and colored men are safe. Walter Meadows was a watchmaker. Armstead S. Scruggs was born into slavery around 1852. In 1891, he was a porter for the Lowe and Tucker Varnish Factory. He was a charter member of the board of directors for the African American Orphanage, served as a precinct judge for the 1912 Republican primary, and supported Orchard Knob's annexation to Chattanooga in 1917. When he died a year later, he was buried at the National Cemetery in Chattanooga. Max C. Bowers was a porter at the W.O. Peoples Grocery Company in 1891 when Pleasant Garden was founded. He went on to serve multiple terms as the janitor at the courthouse and the 1st District School, which at that time were both elected positions. He served as a delegate to the 1896 Republican Convention, and he chaired a professional development committee for African American janitors and porters in 1910. Joseph Kemp was one of the partners in Kemp and Thomas. John Austin was a plasterer, a craftsman. W.M. Rice may have been Willis Rice, a laborer who lived in San Elmo. H.M. Wilson in 1891 was the business manager and the editor for the Chattanooga Observer, a solidly Republican newspaper devoted to, quote, the interests of the colored people in the city and vicinity. It continued to be published through the 1960s. James W. White was born into slavery in Alabama in 1848. Soon after his emancipation, he attended Talladega College, and upon arriving in Chattanooga in 1875, he taught school for 15 years. In 1891, he founded and served as president of the Penny Savings Bank, whose stockholders and directors were located throughout the South. He became an attorney and served on the City Board of Assessors, helped to organize the African American Orphanage, and was elected to serve as an alderman, a county notary public, a voter registrar, and a justice of the peace. Mr. White and his wife, Maddie, a teacher, had 6 children, and he was practicing law with his son, James Bliss White, at the time of his death. He was buried in Forest Hills Cemetery. George W. Penn was a laborer, and J.E. Clegg may have been John Clegg, a porter at the Central Passenger Station. The other 2 directors named on the obelisk, S.P. Johnson and L.C. Jackson, have such common names that I have not been able to determine exactly who they were. There were a lot of Samuel Johnsons, for example, in Chattanooga at that time. So Pleasant Gardens Cemetery has its formal opening celebration on May 2nd, 1891, and it was described in this way, quote, despite the rain, nearly 500 people assembled at Pleasant Gardens Cemetery, located on the east slope of Mission Ridge near the terminus of the electric line. That's the electric streetcar line. There have been already several interments as well as considerable grading and other work on the grounds. H.M. Wilson of the Observer newspaper outlined the cemetery company's plans, followed by speeches by the mayor, Judge Whiteside, several pastors, and Richard Clegg. Now, Hamilton County death registers recorded burials in Pleasant Gardens Cemetery starting shortly after that. The first burial there that was noted is in the May 1891 register for Louise Carlin, who was 80 years old when she died of old age on May 15th. And within 18 months, 260 people had been buried at the cemetery, with many burial sites covered in grave goods, including glass bottles and ceramics like dishes or pitchers, which is very common in African-American cemeteries of that time. Now, Dr. Graham mentioned the grave depressions and how close they were together. And in 1892, a news account stated that the graves were placed so close together that it was difficult to step between them. So then the cemetery gets sold for back taxes just a few years ago, or years later, sorry, in 1895. Now, during this time, Hamilton County seized and sold thousands of properties for back taxes, a process that the Chattanooga Daily Times newspaper described as, quote, a mystery involving a hastily made abstract of title and a bidding process that took place behind closed doors and which essentially forced owners to repurchase their own deeds. So why did this happen to this cemetery? Because that should be exempt, right? Well, a Tennessee Supreme Court decision in January 1892 paved the way for the sale. The Forest Hills Cemetery, also in Chattanooga, had brought litigation against Hamilton County over claims of back taxes. According to a news account, the cemetery company had never paid taxes, contending that it was exempt. The state Supreme Court heard the case and decided that cemetery companies formed for the purpose of profit were liable for taxation. So in 1892, the Forest Hills Cemetery Company was immediately liable for back taxes in the amount of $250 per year for 4 years. Adjusted for inflation, that $1,000 of 1891 money would be worth about $29,000 today. So immediately they had to come up with that amount of money. Assuming that the same principle would have applied to Pleasant Gardens Cemetery, we can imagine that that association might have owed approximately the same amount between 1891 and 1895. And so the likelihood that they could have come up with that amount of money in a very short period of time, I mean, regardless of who you're talking about, it was probably pretty unlikely. So the cemetery gets sold. And the person who buys it is a very savvy businessman named George W. Franklin Jr. Now, he was already very successful. Franklin was born in Rome, Georgia in 1864, the middle child of 7 brothers and sisters. And by the age of 10, he was training as an apprentice blacksmith, following in the footsteps of his father and older brother. He first went into business for himself in Rome, basically as a teenager, parlaying his skills as a blacksmith and wagon-wright into an undertaking business. And this was supported in some manner because he was able to build his own hearses and coffins. In 1891, he married his first wife, Cora Freeman, and they had 2 children, Benjamin and Mabel, within just a few years. In 1894, the family moved to Chattanooga. They initially lived and worked at 728 Chestnut Street, which was then across from the Mountain City Club, before moving their residence and business to a brand new 2-story brick building that they built at 610 Chestnut Street next to the Methodist Church. Franklin also purchased nearby properties and built stables for his horses. His wife Cora worked alongside him in the undertaking business, preparing the bodies of female decedents for burial, but then she died unexpectedly in 1912 at the age of 38. And after her death, Franklin contracted pneumonia and eventually he traveled to Florida to recuperate, which is where we think he met his second wife. So in maybe 1914 or 1915, he married Rosa Lee Porter, who was a native of Jacksonville, Florida, much younger. They had a daughter, Ollie Mae, and two sons, John and George Porter Franklin, and she worked as a high school teacher in Chattanooga for many years. In 1913, Franklin spoke at the Tuskegee Institute, and he was a pretty well-known guy. I mean, throughout the South, he was very, very prominent, and he was recognized there as the president of the National Negro Funeral Directors Association and, quote, one of the most prominent and successful Negro businessmen in the South. He was a community leader in Chattanooga as well, chairing the Negro Businessmen's League for many years. He was a longtime member of Wiley Memorial Church and appeared as a featured cornet player on many church and public programs, also often serving as master of ceremonies. He was well known for his work in the 1920s on an interracial committee convened to start a YMCA for Black youth in Chattanooga, which was to be managed by both Black and white citizens. But sadly, he would not live to see it completed. Only 2 months after divorcing Rosa in June 1928, he died and was interred at Pleasant Garden Cemetery. But the Franklin Funeral Home business carried on. By 1914, Benjamin had followed his father into the family business and was working as an embalmer. He continued in the business after George Franklin's death until his own in 1936, after which his wife Ida continued to run the Franklin Funeral Home. And then Mabel Franklin, Benjamin's younger sister, opened her own funeral home in 1939, just 3 blocks away, continuing the family tradition. The final owner of the cemetery, in whose family's hands the property remains today, was Levi Amos Young. Young first came to Chattanooga from Alabama in 1895 when he was 19. He and his wife Maggie had 4 daughters, Minnie, Elizabeth, Ophelia, and Thene, and a son, J.O. Young, who attended Meharry Medical College in Nashville and practiced as a dentist in Chattanooga. In his youth, Levi Young sold milk, butter, and eggs to the Army post at Chickamauga Park during the Spanish-American War. And after the war, he opened a hardware store, which he operated for 30 years before going into the real estate business. He was also active in civic affairs, including serving on the board of the aforementioned YMCA. He was an active member of Wiley Memorial Church, helped create the African American Orphanage, and organized the boys' Sunday school at Bonnie Oak School. On several occasions, Young donated graves for people who had been enslaved, including Crawford Scott, who died in 1948 at the age of 103, and for Tom King, a former cook in the Union Army, who died in 1950 at the age of 110. Levi Young himself died in 1957 at the age of 81 and was buried at Pleasant Garden Cemetery. Now, we don't know exactly how many people are buried in the cemetery. I'm working on a list, but when the Works Progress Administration created an inventory of grave markers in 1939, they recorded the details of 583 markers. Pleasant Garden Cemetery is the final resting place for probably thousands of Black Chattanoogans. At least 2 of them were the victims of callous Jim Crow era targeting of young Black men. Ed Johnson, as you know, was lynched from the Walnut Street Bridge in 1906, and Leroy and James Andrew Wright, two of the so-called Scottsboro boys, were wrongly imprisoned for nearly 2 decades in the 1930s and 1940s. All 3 men are interred at Pleasant Garden Cemetery with Johnson's marker shown here. And these are just some of the many stories that Pleasant Garden Cemetery has to tell us. Today, You recognize faces because they're here on the call too. The African American Cemetery Preservation Fund organization in Chattanooga is working to preserve both Becknob Cemetery and Pleasant Garden Cemetery. And it's been my pleasure to assist in some small way with this important work. Developing the history of a cemetery is only partially about the site. This burial ground is an example of the picturesque rural cemetery movement, which was popular when it was founded. And as we develop a National Register nomination for the cemetery, it will thoroughly describe the site and its physical characteristics. For now, though, until the pandemic abates enough to allow in-person research, I'll continue focusing on the people buried there and their stories. And I hope you've enjoyed some of the ones I've been able to share today. And so I am going to stop sharing and turn it over to Beth Murphy and Donovan Brown to talk about their work in cemetery involvement.
Thank you, Steph. And I'm going to go ahead and change our order just a little bit. I'm going to let Gary James, he is the representative from Becknob, which they're also part of the African American Cemetery Preservation Fund. So I'm going to go ahead and let him speak. And then when he finishes, Donovan Brown from Pleasant Garden will speak. There you go, Mr. James. Unmute yourself.
Nope, Mr. James, you still got it muted.
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, okay, first of all, good morning to everybody. I'm just kind of blown away with the format and the information that's been shared. Certainly some of the things I thought we knew, not only have I learned a lot this morning, I've gotten even more clarity to what's been said. And really some of the information that I thought I wanted to share with you, our researchers have given that information and even more. So, you know, at this time this morning, the things that I was going to share, I was going to talk to you a little bit about Becknob, but she's done an excellent job. You know, you told us what Becknob is and how it was important. It was one of the first organized cemeteries for African Americans. You did an excellent job of telling us how it, what it was and how it came to. She told us even about how slaves came up, especially during the 1860s up to prior to the Civil War, how they migrated up out of Alabama and other places south to Chattanooga. And the Chattanooga, they came into an area which was the contraband camp. And the contraband camp basically was over there in North Chattanooga. We called it, when I live, I'm from North Chattanooga, and we called it North Chattanooga, Hill City, now North Shores. And so certainly we can see you filled in a lot of the details of when they came, why they came, and how it got set up over there. And some things, there was only one or two things, especially in, you know, about Becknob and its starting. I didn't really know, I didn't realize that we had that many professionals that were buried in the cemetery. I did know we had some doctors and some other folks, and I did have the privilege of, as a little boy, going up in the Becknob and helping clean up. I'm talking about when I was in elementary school with Miss Jeanette Mosley. And so I did have an opportunity to see what it looked like when it was cleaned off and kept. So certainly this morning, but you gave all the details on how it got started. And so I won't go back over that. And why is Beck Knob important? I think you really keyed in, the research is keyed in on that. We know that cemeteries were very important to Black folks, African Americans in particular, because after the Civil War, it was three things that we wanted to establish, and that was a church, a school, and cemeteries. And cemeteries were those places where they allowed us to feel empowered. They were important. We had a sense of it was our own, and we could control that. And then certainly doing, the cemeteries were places where not only did we bury them there, but we expressed certain feelings and songs and those kinds of things. So cemeteries were very important to us. And I think in the research, you shared some of that. What happened to Beck Knob? I was going to say a little bit about that. We know from the time that Beck Knob was established, certainly Joshua Beck, who was a white landowner who saw the deed for it and provided the property, the cemetery was given to not only just to the church, it was given to the Afro-American community. And I think one of the things that I picked up from the research was that it was in, even from the time that the cemetery was given to us, and it was maintained and kept, it was a small group at Hearst, or in that community, in the North Chattanooga community. It wasn't just the Hearst Church, but the community. They had a North Chattanooga Garden Club, and my grandmother, who I remember her going to the garden club dinners. They had a thing where they met like once a month, the North Chattanooga Garden Club, and they ate and celebrated, and she was on there. So I remember that. But one of the big things that jumped out was in 1968, and I remember it well because at that time I was away in school at Lane College. And 1968 is the year that Dr. King was killed. There was a lot of unrest in this country. But 1968 was I think the year that the church, we became United Methodists. And that was also the year that the North Chattanooga Garden Club changed that name to Beck Knob. It was called Colored Cemetery, Black Cemetery. But in 1968, out of honoring the Beck Knob family, they officially changed that name to Beck Knob. And so you filled in there were a lot of gaps that were filled in, but that was certainly a significant time in 1968. And even going forward, the cemetery fell in disrepair because a lot of the older people who kept Beck Knob up, as they got older and they weren't able to keep it up, the cemetery did fall into disrepair and was hidden from the neighborhood. But to make a long story short, I think in 2015, when Green Tech, the developer, moved in to develop the area around there, they encroached on the cemetery. And at that time, our group got involved to protect the cemetery. And going forward, we want to make sure that we preserve and keep our cemetery. And again, we're very thankful to all of those, Beth and the rest of you guys who've been working tirelessly behind the scenes, Ms. Mimes, and then the people from MTSU. We certainly appreciate all of you coming together to help in this Beck Knob piece, and we're looking forward to restoring the industry. And we're to a point now that in early May, we'll know whether we've made the National Historic Register. I won't go on talking much more any further, but again, I'm just thankful to be on this program this morning, and we've learned a lot. And I will be sharing it with our group at Hearst, and I'm looking forward to maybe participating part-time in this afternoon. I'll go dark now. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I want to thank everybody for helping us to pull this workshop and these activities out.
Well, hang on, Mr. James. I'm not going to let you go yet. Don't go yet. So can you just talk about like the site, the hillside, the hillside that is Beck Knob, and so why that makes it difficult for keeping nature at bay, and then also talk about Hearst Methodist and what will be happening in August, if you could.
Okay, good. Okay. It's about an acre site, and it's on a sloping hill, a real sloping hill. You saw the pictures earlier where we had a good clean off day and you saw some of the headstone, but it's a sloping place, and it's kind of difficult to maneuver. And it's like I said, it's about an acre square. In 15, I'm thinking around in 15, my sister was pastor of the church, and we asked, and she wanted to go up there and look at the site, and she went up there, and we had asked her not to go, but anyway, she went up there and it was so steep, and she was trying to come back down, and she broke her ankle. So it's a steep sloping area, but it can be worked. We're thinking maybe in April, the middle of April, around the 17th, maybe the third Saturday, we're going to be planning a work day over there to pretty much do some spraying and other activities. And we're really looking forward to August 29th. I think that's the last Sunday in August, and that's our church anniversary. That's our 139th. Should be 139 years. So we're looking forward to having a big anniversary this year, and we're planning to have. We're hoping we'll be in person. We'll be back in, and we'll be able to tie the anniversary, the Beck Knob activities. We'll be celebrating getting on the National Historic Registry, and we'll be doing other activities that will lift up the Beck Knob deal. So some big things coming up is we're looking forward to in April, around that. I think that's that third Saturday in April. We're looking at doing some more cleaning up and other things, and then we're going to be looking toward the anniversary over in August, and we should know more about that in May, because they've told us we'll know whether we were placed on the National Historic Registry early in the month of May. Are there some other specific things that I might share with you? Because she did an excellent job of giving the history from why Beck Knob is in what it is, and why it's important, and what has happened there. I could say some more if there's some more questions, but and where do we go from here? We'd like to say we're working toward getting it on the National Historic Registry and having Beck Knob to be something that the whole community will be proud of, and we restore it and put it in its in the setting and the glory that it deserves.
Thank you, Mr. James. And just to follow off what Mr. James said, and this is for Pleasant Garden too, which Donovan will probably talk about. We hope as some of the restrictions are lifted and it's safe for us to begin gathering again, we hope to have maybe say something like monthly workshops at the different cemeteries. And one of our big goals for this workshop today is that we'll have a group that has been trained just in that cleaning of headstones. And so we can set up, work days at either cemetery just to do that. So we'll figure out a way to get the word out. And now I'm going to hand it over to Donovan, who's going to talk about Pleasant Garden Cemetery.
Good morning, and I'm grateful that y'all are here. And of course, we are happy to be partnered with MTSU, and they've done just tremendous work. And certainly, Steph, there's really not much to say about the history of Pleasant Garden Cemetery. And I learned so much while actually listening, and I learned even more about Beck Knob Cemetery. I began working at the cemetery, actually, before I talk about me. So there were efforts that began in the 70s to community folks organized to care for the cemetery, which had been abandoned in the late 60s. And so you had a group that started in the 70s, and then they labored for a certain amount of time. And then you saw, after the book Contempt of Court, which is written about the trial and life of Ed Johnson in the late 90s, you saw another spike in organization and efforts around the preservation and restoration of Pleasant Garden Cemetery. And then as well, there is a friend of the AACPF, a man named David Young, who lives adjacent to the property, who has effectively been its primary caretaker for over 30 years. He's donated not just thousands of hours of his time, but also thousands of dollars of materials as well, caring for it. And so one of the reasons that you can actually drive up the Pleasant Gardens and visually see it without fighting through a profound amount of shrubs and trees is because of David Young. So Beth Murphy and I met, I believe it was late 2017, as we were both early and young members of the Ed Johnson Project Committee. And that summer, maybe it was summer 2018, summer 2017, perhaps, we began to organize work days there. There was every summer, there's a camp for teenagers held at Covenant College on Lookout Mountain. And they were looking for volunteer opportunities, and I got connected with them. And so we hosted our first 3 work days there together. And then over the next year and a half, we began to host more work days. And then in December of 2018, the city, through a man named James McKissick, who was at the time head of the Office of Multicultural Affairs, who himself is, his family is the owner of a small African-American cemetery outside of Chattanooga. So they helped start the AACPF with a donation from Sankofa, which is a fund here organized by African Americans. And so through really the late 2018, early 2019, we began to establish partnerships, one with an entity within the Macaulay School. So between the fall of 2019 and February, just before the shutdown and lockdown last year, we roughly had between 5 and 7 work days with them. And after the lockdown, we had 2 social distance work days as well. So we're really beginning to pick up steam just before the shutdown happened. And we look forward to the preservation plan coming forth from MTSU later this year. Shortly thereafter, we would pivot to begin to fundraise. Back when Dr. Van West was on site in December of 2019, I asked him the casual question of how much he estimated the restoration would cost, and he proposed a number of $800,000. As it's very large, thousands of folks are buried there. It's anywhere between 15 to 20 acres in size. And as well, there remain sections on the periphery of the cemetery that have been untouched. So when we look forward to the future post-COVID, we look forward to sort of rekindling a partnership with the Macaulay School. Additionally, I was in talks with Chattanooga Prep and developing partnerships there with having students, middle school and high school students work with us. And so as well, I know Chattanooga Christian is also interested in having work days. I know Swanee is also interested in work days. And so there may be a future where there's a work day at Pleasant Garden Cemetery and Big Knob Cemetery every weekend. So I look forward to seeing y'all on site later today. And I will cease speaking at this time.
Thank you, Donovan. Donovan, one last thing. Could you just talk a little bit about parking and how to get there? Do not use Google Maps to get there. So
yeah. So if indeed, in terms of all the emails or information which has been sent out about today and the location of Pleasant Gardens, I will shoot in the chat. If you're going to use Google Maps to get there, plug in 308 Row Road. I'll insert that into the chat, and that will get you to the cemetery. If you just Google Pleasant Garden Cemetery, literally only God knows where it will take you. Now, Row Road is very narrow. It's difficult for even 2 cars to drive by at the same time. So as you approach the cemetery, so you'll see what was essentially a gate. And so there are 2 concrete posts or stone posts or brick posts. And by the time you get there, there's a chain which will be, you could drive into there, which we don't recommend, which there'll be a truck there, which will provide water for us. And so it's best to park on that left, I think it's probably on the left side of the road where the cemetery is. Or maybe Beth is on the right side of the road. So it's actually best to park on that right side of the road. So you'll want to straddle the road in the part of just the soil there to the right. And of course, be careful there. There is one house which has the interesting privilege of being across from the cemetery. And so I did inform them that we'll have this work day today. And so there will as well be a handful of parking spots there that are right in front of the Sharif Zion and the Workman Cemetery. But it's maybe 4 to 6 cars can fit there. But focus on parking there on that right side of the road on Row Road as you approach the cemetery.
Oops. All right. Thanks, Donovan. And I guess just before we wrap up, I'll give us a quick plug. Let me show this. This is our website, the African American Cemetery Preservation Fund. So it shares a little bit of information about who we are, just some of the history. Let me see. There's the team again, just our mission statement. And then just for those of you who are interested or able, our funds are housed at the Community Foundation. So through them, we receive 501c3 through them. So if you're interested or able to help us just continue the work that we're doing at both cemeteries, you can, there is a donation option. And so, so Steph or Melissa, anything else that we need to cover, or are we good here?
Dr. Graham just asked me to be available for any questions that you all might have that I might be able to answer. So I'm happy to answer those at this time if anyone has any.
No, Steph, I appreciate it. I got to get going so I can get ready to be there. So we'll see you guys later.
All right, I'm going to stick
Thank you.
around. If anybody has questions, you're more than welcome to stick around and ask. Anyone who, of course, wants to take off to go to the site and everything. Have a great day today, and wish I could be there with you. Hopefully, on one of the next ones, I'll be able to get out there. And I want to thank everybody very much for being here today too. So Mike is asking. Yeah, what time? Beth, do you want to cover that?
Yes, we'll be gathering there at the cemetery at 12:30. So yeah, so just gather there at that time. Something else that I thought about, we do have, Pleasant Garden does have a Facebook page, so you can follow us. If you are interested, say, in taking part in the work days, either at Beck Knob or at Pleasant Garden Cemetery, if you have Facebook, if you can just send me a direct message with your email, we can make sure that when we do have something scheduled, we send you an email just to let you know that that's going on. All right. Well, if there's no other questions or anything, I guess we will close this, and I will see those of you that are meeting us at the cemetery at about 12:30. And again, it's 308 Row Road. Catherine Hamilton put in the chat, there's a small parking lot at 300 Shepherd Avenue. And she says that's a short walk. So that's good to know. I did not know about that. So we will remember that also for the future. All right. And so are we good? All right. Thanks, everybody. And I'll see you about 12:30.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. See you there.
Uh-oh. Huh. Okay, I have to make sure that this is okay. Are you seriously?